Mm, I hear water trickling. Oh, I need to fix something.
Unread messages at your private terminal, Commander.
Cat's water has been refilled. Oh, I'm still tired though. That's what I'm missing. Oh, man. No worries, River. Oh. I'm here, but we'll see how much here I am. Had a good time, but I forgot my earplugs when I went out to the Broadway rave, and it's fucked my hearing to some extent. And, like, silence feels good right now. Mm. Mm. The reason the stream is 30 minutes late is I spent those 30 minutes laying on the ground stretching. And yet, ugh. How's it going? Cat is good. He got his snuggles in this morning. And is now focused on being an adorable void. In fact, the void frequently stares back. In my apartment. I could be haunted and I wouldn't know. I have a black cat. Ugh. We had a whole... Well, no, that was not her favorite food. That was... Rel's? Rel? Was that Rel? That was Rel. Huh? Hold on. I'm going to blank screen because I don't know what OneNote's going to open to. We're good. It didn't open to anything bad. She makes Rel's favorite food, right? In that little scene I have of her when they're dating. Yeah. I was like, I have the answer. But I was like, wait, no, I don't. She does love Carnarvon barbecue. My only note I have on her, as it stands at the moment, is that she drinks ranchero and she likes hard ciders. She does have... Yeah, she does specifically... I do love that scene. I don't know where that scene gets to come back into everything. I think it's like a book later, unfortunately. But that scene has some of my favorite of her just being like, if you had told me there was a Carnarvon Street Festival up the street, I would not be here right now. I'm going to go. I love you. Bye. Oh. She does love Carnarvon barbecue. We actually get a scene with the food that she's making, but I think, or with her favorite foods. But I think I specifically skip it. I think I just skipped it and wrote describe dinner later. Oh, interesting. We don't actually touch on it. But in theory, that's where we find out what our favorite foods are. There is a soup she likes, yes. No, you're good. Honestly, the thing that's been harder to make me focus is the music that I have running. But definitely, Carnarvon Barbecue is a noted favorite of hers. But in a lot of ways, I just don't know the broader, what their food is. Like, I have notes on what their food is, but I don't know what that actually looks like. And I've been avoiding putting it down on paper. Hey, Emperor. How's it going? Ew. Ooh. I need to properly focus here. Okay. What is her team? Well, this is her primary team, so it's probably going to just be her primary team. Alright. Her strike team is... not her strike team, her personal team... Her core personal team is Jinde, Kiramus, and Dakma. I have been... Her secondary team is Vendesta, Eliswire, and Ikludan. And we don't have the other third of her team, except for Private Legina. Do I not know what species Kiramus is? Really? Did I spell Kiramus right? No, I did not. Kidding moose. Is there really no way to search the entire document, the entire manuscript? there. Wouldn't be there. Wouldn't be there. Unlikely to be there, but we'll work our way through this. I can't believe I don't have Kittermoose down. Alright, well, I guess I don't have Kittermoose. Apparently, Kware had a crush on her as a kid. Kittermoose just means high tower. The name Kittermoose has been in here for a long time. Alright, cool. Well, in that case, I need to figure out I need to figure out what species Kittermoose is. Is Kware a cross-species? Mindesta is already Migi Misuma in her retinue. She has a Migi Misuma in her retinue already. Actually, we meet Mindesta. Because Mindesta Mindesta's the one who brings her guns. Should you go on a trip with the Dryad? I should probably link. There it is. That's really funny. The random generator says Migi Asuma, but I don't think Kware is. I don't think she's quite that, like, cross-species. Actually, and it has to be a semi-immortal or a very long-lived species, because it's been about 100 years. It's been a little more than 100 years. It's been like 110 years. So... Shay, Dryad, or Draker. I mean, it could be a Banshee. Alright, well, 1 to 50, 50 to 80. Banshees are scary, and they're scary in not so good a way. Alright, 40% chance of Draker, 50% chance of Draker, 25% chance Dryad, 25% chance Shay. Rolling a D100. 1 to 50 is Draker. Could be Dwarf. I don't remember how long Dwarf and Troll live. 58, which would make it a Shay. There's a lot of Shay. No, I think every Banshee should have... I do think it is a very weird, different personality, right? I feel like we have a lot of Shay in the... I think a Dryad is going to be the thing that makes the most sense. It could be a Dwarf. Dwarves live about 800 years, 900 years. And they have, like, a Tolkien-esque appearance, which is them as a neutered. They have a, like, life stage gender structure. So they have neuter, which is a Tolkien-esque dwarf. They have contributor, which gives them, like, they become big and buff, and their beards get very long. And then they have genitor, which they go completely bald. But they get taller, and they grow boobs. And it's just a matter of life stage. We haven't run into a dwarf in a long time. And they can leave genitor, return to neuter, but they generally keep their height. But they can never enter. They almost never re-enter genitor. They can re-enter. They may re-enter and leave contributor. I have not had a chance to show off the dwarves, and I love my dwarves. They're such a fun structure. We don't know what the true dwarven culture is either, because they were overrun and controlled by the Shay for most of their history. Most of known history, so... So the... So a dwarf could be fun, but I need a dwarf on the retinue, but I don't know if the dwarf will be the person she had a crush on. Or if, honestly, if a dwarf and genitor is going to be somebody who's going to be a bodyguard. since it's something you get to do once in your life. Alright, I think River, you win, and it will be a Dryad. Which, honestly, makes the structure of the Javetica Guard really interesting. Well, I guess not. I guess there's not a ton of Shay. I feel like there's a lot more Shay than there would be. But I guess it's just Dakma. There's at least a couple Shay on the team. She could be a Shay. Honestly, the Sylviana should... Lieutenant Fluade is her personal guard. And he should probably be Shay. Yeah. I'm cool with a Dryad. Honestly, I need to flesh out a lot of these ranks with Helinwa and Carnavan. And maybe an Atlar or two. How long do Atlar live? Just sneaking an Atlar in without any explanation would really fuck with people. I live about 200 years. An Atlar would be pushing it for... Hey, Silent, how's it going? An Atlar would be pushing it for somebody Kayra had a crush on, but I do need at least one or two in the squad. It's going good. I haven't considered it, but the Javetica staff, I can get away with making them very much a melting pot. The other thing I need to remember is the House Guard has a very strict limitation on the number of mages, and especially the number of silent mages. Noctavagia is the wrong word, right? No, Noctavagia is the right word. And silent mages they can have. Like, they have a very strict legal limit. Because of Artavan and Kware. Staff can really be a melting pot to demonstrate the species diversity of the Imperium. I've been doing things to a specific or to a randomize. I have been clearly I have been distracted. Oh, there's an Atlar on the staff. Cool. Um, but I've been letting the roll sorted out. But I'll need to double check and make sure that I kind of blend in a larger breadth of species of the Imperium species, because specifically the Javaticas would not be discriminatory about their hiring practices. They'd be discriminatory about who they hire in the sense of they're like discerning about it. All right, Kiramus is a dryad. River has won. Not that River had to fight very hard. I just kind of had to poke at it a bunch. Now that now that we know Kiramus is a dryad, what does Kiramus look like? I love it. I skipped the physiology portion of the dryad. In my head, dryads have mildly femme-presenting bodies, but that is because of tradition. But what is the physiology of dryads? I've clearly been distracted. But also, when I say femme-presenting body, I mean this, and not has boobs. I have a very specific image of one that I can't... I'm not sure if I can find. I'm gonna look at a lot of wood boobs, aren't I, as I look through the photos of dryads really quickly. What I'm thinking is the um kind of the way female armor um like armor will look, which is like it's got a sleeker body appearance, but it's not um dryads don't need boobs. They do not suckle their young. Favor a live body, but don't have boobs. They don't need boobs. Although they might have eventually developed with their relationship with whatchamacallit, with their close contact with the Shay, they might have developed a little bit more that way. God, there's a very specific version of a dryad I have in my head. But if you Google dryad, it is a not safe for work set of images. Damn it, this is gonna suck, because I can, like, picture what I want. But is it a 5? Is it something from the 5 ebooks? No. My Google search. They are a semi-sexual species. Which is the other thing to remember. This is a nightmare. I like how this isn't going to matter in any way for the scene that I'm writing. But I'm like, but I do need to do this at some point, so This is not a terrible um, version. Oh, that's not working. Yeah, that's fine. This is not a terrible way to do it. Um, I know mythologically dryads are sexy wood, you know. God. It's just such a horny set of things to be reading. It's a very specific... I hate that I'm never going to be able to find that picture again. But also, things like this, right? Like, I imagine dryads can look like this, too. I don't think they choose their appearance. I think their appearance is influenced by the non-dryad parentage. For example, a Carnarvon dryad will be bigger and bulkier than a Shay dryad. So I don't think they can choose their like appearance at birth, because it is a little bit, it is very much Doctor Who coded in that they kind of just you know, they regenerate into what they regenerate into. But they have incredibly powerful magic when it comes to manipulating nature. And their healing magic is incredibly powerful. So, yes, they can heal others. The very powerful among them are known for manipulating the very powerful among them are known for manipulating down to a genetic level, right? Like The Dryads are in large part the reason why, like, the species out of the Feoran have, like, a bunch of different subspecies, is because they were being shaped for the pleasures of the Shea Lords, or the convenience of, like, well, we need people to mine this, slightly more radioactive area. We're just gonna send in, we're gonna build a subspecies of dwarf who's better at dealing with this radioactive space. There are many atrocities the Dryads committed. Yes, they can heal Artavan. Um, Specifically, Artavan's healing resistance is to etheric healing, which is technically what the Dryads do, but a really strong Dryad is so much stronger than any Draker mage when it comes to healing. That they can kind of surpass the healing. They kind of keep that on the back burner, right? Like, as an emergency. And then the other option he has is, like, the ritual magic of the Dryads. Or of the Carnarvon. I'm thinking a little bit along these lines. But again, they are a species that reproduces sexually with other species. So they need to be at least somewhat attractive to their target species, I guess. Kind of leaning on the Asari from Mass Effect. But this has a little bit more of what I'm looking for. That's an AI piece of shit. I repeat myself? Really what I'm doing is I'm talking through while I look through a bunch of fun photos. Damn it, that's an AI render, isn't it? Well, that goes in a trash bucket. Oh, I see. Yes. Yeah. Might. Hello, 13. Facsimile, though, part of the easily tailor their bodies. All right. The other question is, do the dryads just generally have a leafy tree appearance, or do we get to tie each dryad to a type of tree? No, I have a feeling. Welcome to the rambling world building section of the stream. I do kind of love the idea that there are, like, truly alien-looking dryads out there that, like, are so deep down a different thing that you can recognize their movements, or you can recognize their body plan, but they are, like, deeply alien for whatever reason. Alright, well. Dryad strings, lineages are also tied to types of trees. There are willow, oak, pine, cherry, Muslim, etc. So they are born from pods hatched on the sides of ancient trees. And specifically groves that are known as memory groves. Do the memory groves have different expressions, or do the memory groves all look at, like, one type of tree, probably a pine? But, like, I think the memory grove should be based on the memory groves of their birth. Alright, cool. I need a list of trees. I don't know if olive makes sense. Like, I don't know if a cultivar is a tree type that makes sense. Or if it should be the wild trees. So, oak, maple, pine, birch, ash. Oak. Elm, cedar. Willow is not on this list, but willow will be on this list. Mahogany. Teak. I spelled mahogany wrong. I want at least one desert. Mesquite. I feel like fruit trees are not, because fruit trees are all like a cultivar. There are natural fruit trees, but maybe an apple tree or a cherry tree, because they're... Alright, what is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I need one more tree. One more tree, and I can roll a d12 to determine. Mesquite, oak, maple, pine, birch, ash, elm, cedar, mahogany, teak, and willow. Yeah, they are a natural tree. We're going to do cherry trees. Sakura included. Because they're just a cherry blossom. I feel like under pine we can kind of roll in, even though I know they're not the same species, but we can roll in spruce, hemlock, Douglas fir. An oak can be red or white oak as well. Cool. That gives me a D12's worth of dryad variation. What I need to do is turn this into a ordered list. And ideally alphabetize it. Ash, birch, cedar, cherry, willow will be last. Oh, cherry. Elm. LMNOP-LM. Mesquite. Well, no. Nope. This is going to drive any tree person up a wall, and if there's such a tree person in chat right now who wants to fix this, you are welcome to. There we go. A larch would be really cool too. Four, 6, pending tree person. All right. How did cedar get in here? When spruce, hemlock are all rolled under pine. Cedar needs to be under the coniferous bucket. think I'm missing acacia. Which I definitely just spelled wrong, but you know. Oh, I spelled acacia right. Yes. Honestly, luck of the draw. Ginkgos are gorgeous. Oh, yes. Honestly, my list of trees is probably gonna change pretty radically because I'll need a tree person to really look at it. No, that's the wrong button to hit. I know a tree person. Somewhere in everything, I know a tree person. So, all of this work turns Kiramus into a dryad, birch lineage. You're gonna force me to learn a lot about trees. Oh, nice. I mean, if you've got a bunch of arborists backing in there, please play with the structure of the trees. But we will, at the very least, keep a birch. Birch lineage. That's fair. I bet I could find an arborist who just wants to talk to me about a bunch of different types of trees. Pretty easily. That feels like the kind of thing that you can accidentally find. All right. So, Karamus is a dryad of the birch lineage. I don't have a clear description of physiology yet. Beyond that, realistically, it'd be Draker. Well, I mean, we can roll for her lineage. The other thing I've specifically done is that dryads oh, I forgot about that. Dryad are a secondary species on the Shay homeworld. So they are absolutely going to be at least somewhat like standard sexy because um but they preyed on the Shay as a secondary primary sexual partner. So they're not going to look totally inhuman. Or not human like. They still don't have boobs. I think boobs is stupid when they don't need them. Favor a live body. With human-like features as they co-evolved with the Shay and would have shifted to take advantage of Shay still no boobs. The Shay start their history as monster fuckers, and I love it. Really set the Shay up for a. Actually, what's interesting is because I did the summer and the winter Shay. And I don't know if I gave them. I think I gave them twin home worlds as well. But they're able to travel between them with non-Verge magic. So there's the two primary like ruling empires both had twin home worlds.
Unread messages at your private terminal, Commander.
I'm undetermined if I want them to have the magical Gios, or if I want it to be more of a if I want it to be more of a personal or more of a cultural Gios. That's the other thing. One of the other things I specifically did with the Shay. Is I made them very tall and like thin. But also they remember everything from their lives or forget, but they're capable of remembering all of their life. The Drakers tend to deep storage memories. They can remember anything from their life, but it requires special effort. Which is, again, something I need to play with, right? Yeah, so Drakers are mesomorphic. Shay are ectomorphic. Just in terms of like rough body shape. Definitely taller and thinner than many. Do you think they keep the green leaves, or do you think they get to pick their, like, fall? They can be fall leaved. Or do you think that changes with their age? She might be the only white person. It's really funny. Leaves change color with age if the birth lineage is coniferous. Right? Deciduous ones don't change. Deciduous trees. Oh, no, other way. Damn it. That makes sense. Conical versus... Never... they don't typically lose leaves. / go bald. Even as they near end of life. Alright, we're gonna, I guess, use the Himalayan silver birch. as my baseline for Birch Tree. They inherit eye color from their non-dryad parent or parents. Ow, foot. Well, if that's the case, do I know what the Carnarvon eye colors are? No. Shit. The Carnarvon have not gotten nearly enough. The Carnarvon have been very barely touched upon. Eye color and shape come from non-dryad parentage. Also, when they clone their bodies, when they Time Lord regenerate or regrowth, the body will be basically the same. It will have some variation. Because regrowth does not require a regrowth does not require like a sexual partner or anything. It is a clone. Very similar to previous body, but with minor changes. Regrowth does not require sexual partnership. The Dryads are interesting because they're technically does not require so. Dryad are technically kind of like this ever-growing species. Alright, maybe I can actually write now, huh? All of that. All of that for a character who's going to be mentioned for a half second. But again, it's one of those things I kind of lean into the no distraction is wasted space because the nature of the nature of the world is that like I needed to fill in that corner. I needed to know what dryads looked like. So all right. Well, with that transition, I need to go to the restroom really quick, so I will be right back. I return. Although I probably should have grabbed lunch now that I think about it. Oh well, I don't know what I'm making for lunch, so popcorn will suffice until later today. You did. I saw that. Those look good. I love that pixel art's a hobby of yours. Honestly, it seems obnoxious as hell to me, but also relaxing. Like, I would hate it. But I'm like, I can see how this is, like, just relaxing. That's fair. I need to actually read your writing. I started. Turns out my handwriting sucks shit, and buying a nice writing tablet so I can take notes as I go is hampered by the fact that I haven't written anything legible in, like, 2 decades. My reading... Honestly, now that I have this tablet, and I sent you the test example of things, the delay has been that my reading time is just severely curtailed by everything else I do. Okay, I'm annoyed. It's been 2 weeks. We haven't gotten to all the really cool shit we decided on 3 weeks ago about the Abyssal Knot. Or was that 2 weeks ago? But, like, I haven't gotten to the cool shit yet. Also, I just realized I have to describe a verge crossing, and, I've been avoiding that until now. So, we might not get to the cool shit today, either. We might get bogged down in a new description. Alright, we have done a lot of work on the Dryads, which was very needed. And I've been skipping work on the Carnarvon because I've just been getting away with, they're wolf people! Just think of wolf people! But I'm sure I'm going to have to fucking work on that at some point. Maybe grab a furry friend to help me turn them into something cool. This is going to drive me crazy that there's a specific picture in my head and I can't remember what it is. Also, I cannot wait. I would love it if I get famous enough that, like, people psychoanalyze me, you know, and fan community exists that psychoanalyzes, like, me taking boobs away from Dryads and being like, well, clearly he's not a boob person. I cannot wait for that when I'm just like, no, it just doesn't make sense. I said Verge Crossings, TOI Magic, World Magic, Verges. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, and in this case, Dryads having boobs, if they co-evolved next to the Shay, who are historical elvish, like our fairy Shay, you know, makes some amount of sense, right? They are appealing to uh, their like primary non-Draker or non-Dryad, like sexual partner, reproductive partner. But still. um. So, verges are something I stole wholeheartedly from Dennis McKiernan, who has what he calls in-betweens. And in order to go across an in-between in those books, you need to do something that is neither quite a march or a dance. You need to do something. You need to sing something that is not quite a song nor a chant. And you need to do it during periods of time that are neither quite daytime or evening. So it's really like it's very much a like, it's an in-between point, right? So everything you do needs to be an in-between. I have avoided the in-betweenness nature of it, while keeping the fact that the verges align. Um, Animals can shift. The crows can shift. Iradetka and Sudathka each connect to a dozen distinct worlds. Connecting, and they connect to each other 4 times. That is actually something I really... No worries, River. Hold on. TOI geography. Where's my geography page? Geography page. Iradetka. "12 verges. 4 connect to Sudathka. Verges. I forget what monoliths are those. It should be 9, shouldn't it? As of right now, yes, I should be back next week. Yes. In theory, I need to actually plan to do something for my birthday. And since I didn't do anything for my birthday this weekend, I should probably do something next weekend. But I know all of my friends are very busy. And I forgot to plan my birthday. So I have nothing on the docket. See ya, River. It won't be 18. 18 is way too many. I'm actually going to knock this down to 3 connected to Sudathka. This is where me putting off things. This stream has been a lot of I put things off that, and then now I'm deciding to like fix things that I have put off. Verges can be blocked or destroyed through extreme measures. Through extreme measures, but or destroyed, but only through extreme measures. They represent the point where shifting is possible is small. About the point where shifting is possible is small. It's about $36 feet across. Hold on. Give me a plaza. Piazza del Popolo. How big is Plaza del Popolo? Yeah, the Piazza del Popolo will work really well for me. It covers 1,700 square meters. Fuck, that's big. What I'm thinking is basically within this ring. Maybe a little smaller than that. This is really dumb. Alright, I got Google Maps up. And I want to do this area right in here. Kind of like a circle within that. Oh, cool. That's really cool. Right click. Okay, I could do Elise then. Which is 3 nines. 81 times 9. No, Elise is 81. Numbers. Alright, we're gonna make it... What does 81 feet across look like? It's so small. This is really cool, though. Actually, genuinely really cool that I can do this. Oh, that's cool. It does height, too. That's really fun. Oh, no, it's marking where 51 feet is. Okay. So if that's 81 feet, what is that actually? That's a really small space. Alright, we will do... Ras... What do we got? Well, if that... So naturally, they're 81 feet. That makes sense. So naturally, the point of transition is this. Okay, cool. Hold on. Oh, sorry. Did I do all of that measuring off screen? I did. So, this is the Piazza del Popolo, which is huge, as you can see. And so I'm trying to guess what the like relative area of the ability where like a verge will you know, where you can actually cross between worlds. $81 feet in diameter. So, like, using the Piazza del Popolo as my example has been really interesting. So, I didn't know that Google Maps let me do this, which is really cool, that I can measure a distance. So, end up with a circle here of 81-ish feet. That's basically a circle that is the footprint of the Egyptian obelisk that the Pope just fucking stole. But that, right? So it's basically, consider it the area there, which actually... I can do better than that. Let's cut that down to where I want it. There we go. And I think with magic enhancements, Donny Tuya would be 62, 162. So with magical enhancement, you get a circle that is that. Oh, you're cumulative. That's annoying. 162 turns into 143. Or 243. No. Damn, that was pretty close. $243 plus 81 turns into 424. No, it turns into 324. There's a lot more math in writing than I ever want there to be. With magic enhancement, verges have been expanded to verges have been with magical enhancement, verges have been expanded to 162 feet in diameter. This is where using feet is going to bite me in the ass at some point. Damn, I got that really good. Alright. What I'm going to do here is really quickly... Sure. Alright. Need to turn that into 162. $240 into 320. 320 plus 162. 320 plus 162. It's 483. Cool. With that, I can actually draw a circle. Oops. Not what Google wants me to be doing with this feature, but is what's working right now, so. $81 plus 41 is 122. 122 turns it into 163. Or plus 40.5, so yeah, 162. And then 162 plus. $162 plus 81. I just did this math. 243. Thank you to the Piazza. Oh. Piazza del Popolo has been super useful. Do you think they've expanded this? They've redoubled, or they've added a third size? Is the question now. So a diameter of 243. Roughly. I don't think so. I think that's really big. That's not what I wanted. No, hold on. Let me zoom out a little further. Okay. Is there Piazzia? Oh. Del Popolo full. Is the Piazzia del Popolo ever full of people? Yeah. Yeah. Is there not an aerial shot of this crowd? God, that sucks. $50,000 people fit in the Piazzia del Popolo. That's terrifying. This picture just kind of helps me wrap my brain around relative spacing. The reason I'm doing this is trying to gauge what makes sense for a relative scale. 81 feet seems about right. For like, this is a bubble of naturally occurring kind of point travel between two, between two major. That's what I'm looking for. Between two planets, right? Like 81 feet seems fair. But once you start upscaling that to 81, once they double the size of that from 81 feet in diameter to 162 feet in diameter, you start talking about a lot of like real estate. It's unfortunately an X post, but this is from March 25th, 2025, which means that it's a pro-European, anti-US protests, actually, which is interesting. Well, not anti-US, but more pro-United European kind of mentality. But verges become major trade thoroughways. Like major trade thoroughways. So at some point, what is like they're going to look like the Piazza del Popolo. in terms of just that's where people come in and out. And you know, there's staging there, but there's also an effort to like move them out of the way. I'm glad I picked possibly one of the more famous piazzas in Rome, because it means I can find fucking pictures. Oh, sucker. Nice. I love it. Also, more cities need to have piazzas. Cool. This is incredibly useful. To have a like mental reference for what you can put in a certain amount of space. I don't know why I can't find a vertical drone shot very much. Like everything is an angled drone shot. I'm assuming there's some laws about the obelisk being overflown. So 81 makes sense because you can actually see some people like on the steps of the obelisk in some of these photos. And then magically expanding it. Oh, that's 200. Well, no. Oh shit! Did that? Four. Yeah. So this is. I need to make a note here above each of these. 81 feet in diameter. Natural. (162 feet in diameter). Enhanced. Unfortunately, I changed my zoom level, but that's okay. I can work with that. And this is 243 feet in diameter. Last stage. these in the same wrapper finally. Oops. Oops. Redo. There we go. Reference Piazza del Popolo. These are roughly the same. I feel so good about that. I'm so glad I grabbed the Piazza del Popolo. Okay. Oh, 81 feet seems about right. 162 feet. Magic enhancement, 182. And I need to go look at the timeline really quickly. I'm not going to get to the writing part, but that's fine. I'm just going to let this take me where it will. All right. So for a long time, they maintain at 182. Oh, no, So somewhere after the construction of the Pulse is when they discover Post 994. Technology. No, Magitech. Enchantment. Enchantments. Okay, so the way this works. Catalyst for the foundation of the Empire is the development of the enchantments that allow for the semi-permanent stabilization of verges into a more readily flowing accessible travel network. Before this, limitations on what would cross the verges were severe and restrictive. Early in the 5th age, enchantments to expand the effective shift point of the verge without destabilizing or backlashing developed. These enchantments would be refined carefully and slowly for the next several thousand years, increasing the carrying capacity and scale of what can cross a verge. Specifically non-living cargo. Debating if I want to put the expansion later than the 5th age or earlier than the 5th age. I'm definitely putting the expansion, the big expansion. Actually, the expansion might be the piece of the might come after the Shadow Wars. First time a Verge connection is destroyed / weaponized. Last time a Verge connection is destroyed / weaponized. They learn a lot about Verges during the Shadow Wars here. So either they... During the Second Age... During the Second Age, the ability to stabilize the Verges and start moving goods in small carts across is developed. This is partially credited with the development, or with the ammo. Semi-unstable and temperamental. And only living things and a small amount of what they carry can cross the Verge. Across the Verges. This requires significant time and focus to generate the required energy to move non-magical beings across the Verge. The more people, the more time it... The more non-magical or non-contributing souls being moved, the longer it takes. Rust Ravens and Silver Falcons are both noted for this ability. It is believed this is a sphere, as flying creatures may cross the verge as well. There are known to be undersea verges that occasionally will pull a ship across. So the exact nature of a verge's height is debated. Development and exploitation of the verges. During the Second Age, the ability to stabilize verges is developed. This is facilitated through the erection of enchantments. Obelisks? Obelisks are cool. Through the erection of enchantments that stabilize the verge and build and store energy to allow build and store energy. This allows small numbers of mages to facilitate much larger crossings on a regular schedule. Obelisks, stone arches, verge towns, verge towns developed, which were built surrounding the verges and its trade route. These towns are often fortresses. Verge towns existed before the development of stabilization, but stabilization and the Dralian Empire boomed these towns into massive trade cities. The boom led to fortifications of the towns and a connection of identity on both sides of the verge. Towns were often fiercely independent. Maintaining a sort of neutrality. But as the empire spread, they became more readily integrated. Weapons. Flaming spread. Where did I put the mechs? Pretty sure the mechs are universal. I guess it's not text and magic. It's going to be weapons. Weapons and armor. Drailing tech, Drailing wide tech. Mecha! And Verge tanks. Verges became critical defensive choke points and massive issues to assault. Oops. Shit. I haven't figured out an answer for how you defend or how you assault a Verge. There's got to be a way to do it. Eventual corporation of the Fea and their ways, even pre-conquest, helped solve this issue a little bit. Vergetown neutrality was vital. They were more enabling during the Civil Wars, though. Neutrality was vital to allowing it to continue, and all sides did their best to honor generally observed since the Verge town considered both sides of the town one people. As one people, decimation or destruction to both sides of the Verge as one people, one community, the risk of destruction of one half of the town, always a present threat. Was vital until the Civil War settled it. First development. Second development. Wow, I'm getting no writing done, but I am getting world building done, and vital world building. So, I think it's either Third Age, Fourth Age, maybe it's Fourth Age. The reason I'm tempted to put it in Fifth Age is that is the, like, it's the peaceful period, so in theory there's more resources there. But actually putting it in the Fourth Age, is maybe not a terrible plan, because it shows that the Empire pushing into big Fourth Age. Fourth age. The War of 1,000 Years. The first successful expansion, first successful increase in the Verge's shift space developed. The hard limit of 81 feet had existed the increases in non-living and non-magical carrying capacity over the last several ages suggested malleability. I don't know how to spell malleability, apparently. Malleability in the Verges that some researchers, not researchers, researchers is a little too scientific, scholars thought could extend to the effective area. The first successful expansion, first successful increase didn't include severe backlash. Fairly remote. That didn't took place in the fourth age. By the middle of the fifth age, Verge began a slow incremental effort to increase the effective shifting radius by the middle of the Fifth Age, Verges had successfully Verge effective shifting range had been expanded to 162 feet in diameter. Though limitations remained on total non-living or non-magical mass that could be moved across, but these had grown at a much slower rate than the size. These had grown, albeit at a much lower rate than total effective shift range. Weaponization of Verges. During the decades of war. Millennia of conflicts had proven that while Verges could be temporarily blocked through extreme measures such as filling the shift range with gravel or stone blocks. The inherent magic of the Verge would either destroy such obstacles or move the shift center slightly to modify, accommodate the blockage. Verges that were blocked and moved slightly became significantly more expensive in energy, to cross, and would end up with lower crossing thresholds. preferred methodology was to simply fortify around the point, around the verge. But, right. Limited this as well. The sixth age things changed. Vergetown neutrality was not respected by their enemies, and their enemies represented in existential threat to all free life. Desperate. Dralian mages. Desperate Dralian mages managed to fully destabilize a verge for the first time in history. The destruction wrought. The destruction on both sides of the verge was enough to destroy a small continent, and in fact did so. The destruction was immense. Shattering the landscape. Both sides of the verge. But effectively severing the connection. There is some consideration that even this may not be permanent, and simply the verge may regenerate in sufficient time. For the first time in history. But effectively severing the connection for several hundred years. The verge re-stabilized and shadow Kuresu is a great shock to the handful of mages survived, barely. And we're able to spread them. But many more died. Several more verges were shattered. God, that's illegible. This is no longer canon for timeline reasons. Is off. But several more verges were shattered during the war. Each one progressively more effective. The fall of Shadowfall Grand Coalition. Allied mages. In the hundreds of thousands convened to shatter all the verges connecting to Shadowfall and its immediate neighbors in succession. This was suicidal, but after the assaults on Shadowfell, cost millions. It was seen as the only way to cauterize the wound. Scattered reports of survivors tell of a planet's crust of a planet's crust shattering beneath the magical energies. Continents. Only a few observers were in place to see the effects before the connecting verges were also shattered. Or a much smaller of Dominion mages destroyed the Atlar Verge, severing Earth from the Imperium. A desperate act by a group of Dominion nobles and Sotogaki. Sotogaki? No. What is Death Mage? Titles. Muragaki. Oh. Noctvin. Yeah, Muragaki. I'm just going to keep Muragaki. Facing a rolling Imperium rebellion and the significant strength of the Atlar. Broader Verge network. Faced with a growing Imperium rebellion and built on the paranoia of the Shadow Wars. Dominion army assaulted Atlar on this side. In a surprise attack, I think. I think it's a surprise attack. Is it Iridathka? I don't know if it's going to be Iridathka. These details are probably wrong. 4-6. Dominion army assaulted the Atlar. Triggering the General Imperium rebellion and resistance. After a bitter campaign, a Dominion army was able to break through Dig through to the near verge. Atlar. Capital. But faced with constant flow of Earthside, Atlar, it's a very obnoxious ad. But faced with Atlar, reinforcements, and approaching Imperium coalition forces, the group of Dominion mages, a group of Dominion mages, many with Muragaki memories from the end of the Shadow Wars, decided to shatter the Atlar Verge. On Earth, this led to the destruction of the Atlar. Continent of Atlar. And on the verge, the near verge side, shattered much of the mountain range, triggering a number of volcanic eruptions. This directly leads to... Hello! The full independence. Doing a lot of world building. Oh yeah, I guess this should be, this should not say, this should say Empire. Yes, it is. It's all connected to, currently I'm writing a sci-fi fantasy, emphasis on the sci-fi, but a sci-fi fantasy story that originally started out as SWAT fiction and has kind of turned into more of a like political thriller and a little bit of a like what happens when your entire life plan comes apart at the edges. And I have a really cool scene and a really cool place we're going, but this whole stream has been me is I've had a bunch of stuff that I've backburnered that I know is in the world, but I didn't like detail fill it. And I've ended up having to detail fill it. the Iridathkin Imperium, and eventually the Union of Defiant Fidelity. What do you work on? What's your genre? With the formation of the Union of Defiant Fidelity and the Atrocity of Atlar. Oh, nice. First person Atlar, or first person adventure. The Atrocity of Atlar. I get to write a new treaty. I'm so excited. Twelve makes more sense. 16. Where do I keep my treaties? I keep my treaties in political, right? Oh, so second person. Nice. Major treaties. It's really funny that there's two Atlar. Treaty of Atlar or Treaty of Verges? 36. God, cross. Eighth age. With the atrocity of Atlar and the growing power of the Union, Defiant Fidelity. Wait. The Warring Imperium and Dominion are brought to the negotiating table to establish some norms. Basic principles of war. The first of which is all Dralian splinters do I want to do Aldrin agree. Abandon the destabilization of verges. Basic principles of war. All Dralian splinters agree to abandon the destabilization of verges as a weapon of war. Mutually assured destruction and a shared religion that finds such acts sacrilegious. Help. Basic principles of POW, surrender, and Basic principles of POW. Basic principles of POW. Treatment. Rules of surrender and parole. What else? What are the other rules of war? Rules of war. There are some basic rules of war, like laws of war, and they're not particularly acknowledged. Parole. Just the Geneva Convention, but there was international declarations. I'm looking for like the Napoleonic Wars one. Actually, things like the Convention of Mercenaries. Well, that's the modern UN one. Are we thinking the Hague Declaration? There were rules. Yeah, in the 18th century. Things like the Law of Innocence. How's it going? What is the earliest treaty? Is it the Hague? It wouldn't be the Hague. There's something... Maybe it was just convention. Again, it's not the Nuremberg. Modern laws of war, specifically within Protocol 1, prohibit... That's not what I'm interested in. I'm interested in the stuff that is really old. The 1907, the 1800s. Establishment of an international court. In the Union. To act as Yeah, the 1880. Oh, wow. Okay, there's some. The first Geneva. Oh, okay. That actually tracks. Okay. Well, that helps. I'm learning about the laws of war and when they were recognized. Found acts sacrilegious. A carve out is made in the event of shadow of a renewed assault by the Lakurasu. Oh, hey, haha. I did a little bit of this work already. All Dominion, a carve out is made in the event of renewed assault by the Lakurasu. But a the first version oh, what am I doing? This is the name. The first version of the Awadufras. The first, not version, the first, the founding principles of what would become the Awadufras are established here. Specifically, an agreement to fight a re-emerged Lakurasu threat should it occur. Is codified. The basic treatments for basic principles the basic principles for the treatments of prisoners of war and civilian Treaty of the Verges. What are the original 10 articles of the Geneva Convention? Just gonna end up partially reading the Geneva Convention. The chords of the verges. In the same conclave that led to the Treaty of the, or that led to the Treaty of the Verges, the Union put forward would become known as the Accord of the Verges. It sought to establish a basic set of principles to reduce a basic set of principles to govern the spreading civil war. Established principles of POW treatment, rules of surrender, of parole. Sought to establish an international court, persecute violations of the accords, offered a Union world and later a neutral with verges connecting to all three splinters. Rules of parole. Medical. Neutrality of the healer. Wow, the First Geneva Convention really, really focuses in on the healers. Militarily prudent. Special note for officers and ability. The entirety of the First Geneva Convention. Oh, the first. Is this really true? Article 10 is military hospitals. Article 2 is related to the staff of those hospitals. Article 3 is about those staff being able to be allowed to continue to work in those hospitals. And that they get to be transferred across the line. A note that military hospitals are still subject to like confiscation, except for an ambulance. That wounded need to be taken care of across the board. Regardless of not to be attacked or interfered with. Medical staff. Facilities are not to be attacked. Man, the Geneva Convention is old. Alright, take me to the second Geneva Convention now. Since the first one... The Accords of the Verges. The Accords of Dralia? Before what become known as the Accords. Yeah, Accords of Dralia makes sense. Starts as the Accords of the Verges. I'm just gonna end up reading. Wow, the Second Geneva Convention is 63 articles? You know, I feel like we should read the Geneva Conventions more often. Also, anytime anybody says that you violate text of the Second Geneva Convention. Anytime anybody says you violated the Geneva Convention, with the Red Cross symbol, I did not realize you're violating a like 160-year-old agreement. It was the 1907 Hague Convention. That's really cool. So the Second Geneva Convention specifically talked about seafaring, which tells you a lot about what they were doing at the time. The Third Geneva Convention is the prisoners of war. Wow. Oh, the Prisoners of War Convention of 1929. This is fun. But the Hague Regulations of 1989 was where... That's so cool. Largely based on the Lieber Code. Which is the governing military code of the Union Army. The 1806 Articles of War. We've been trying to regulate war for a really long time. I love this. I love nested knowledge, right? Like, this just keeps digging lever. And of course it does. We've had to have rules of war for... Because war is awful and terrible. And the first traces go back to Hammurabi. Deuteronomy, requires... Like, we've been doing this for centuries. For millennia. Love this. The Law of Innocence. Rights of civilians. Protection. So parole. Rules of plunder. The first Accords of Julia. I love this. This is so cool. The peace of the true God. Devastation. Historical. Brilliant Empire. Historical sites? Historical sites. Monuments. That's cool. That's really cool. Alright, Libra code. Also, efforts to protect the. Also, efforts to protect the. From permanent devastation. It starts as the establishment of norms in a civil war, but will become more the Geneva Convention as the splinters solidify into nations. Alright, so the first accords, the things they deem hyper important, are the basic principles of POW treatment, the neutrality of healers in hospitals, rules of surrender, rules of parole, rules of plunder and sacking, and rules of devastation. Also sought for the establishment. Let's put in more. We're just living in the history. The second Accords of Dralia. The Dominion and Imperium refuse the establishment of an international court. The Dominion and the Imperium refuse the establishment of an international court. And the rights of POWs are only extended to immortals by the Dominion. The neutrality of healers. Come. Successes. The neutrality of healers. Rules of plunder and devastation. Devastation. And parole and surrender are all ratified by the splinters by 40 by year 40 of the 8th age. In year 37, the Treaty of the Verges is signed by the Splinters. Year 37 of the Eighth Age. Failures. Rights of POWs are only extended to Immortals and Carnarvon. Halinois. Mige. Shuma. Right, so by the Dominion. The Union and Imperium. The Union and Imperium are all citizens of the Empire. International Court failed to be established. Violations of the Accords are left to the occupying force. Determine and punish. Dominion parole. Unwilling to take parole of non-recognized species. Pseudo successes. This is still a civil war and considered a civil war, and imperial law left over from the Third Age. Before becoming known as the really starts as an effort to reaffirm laws, imperial laws from the Third Age. An imperial law left over from the War of the Colonies is still in effect. This includes laws about the treatment of civilians. still considered an imperial law left over from the Third Age is still in effect. This includes laws about the treatment of civilians in rebel territory. Are still in effect. Still in effect and considered active by both participants. The Accords are really a reaffirmation of imperial law. In the wake of the Sorrow Wars, and the destruction of Atlar. The use of the shattering of a verge against imperial vassal states is a radical break in the norm. Later Accords would continue the establishment of Third Age laws Empire's response to rebellion was often brutal, but when it was large swaths of organized imperial territory led by Drakers, there were established norms in place after the War of the Colony. To reduce animosity and devastation of imperial territory. The Accords to reaffirm imperial laws from the Third Age. And respected by both sides. This includes things like the treatment of civilians, laws against plunder and devastation, against right. In the minds of both the Imperium and Dominion, they are working to enact change on the Empire and not individual nation states. Shadowrun was a radical break in the norm and scared Union government forces and scared the Union for the sake of the Empire. Its citizens. The Union had just enough muscle to push for the gathering. The establishment of Third Age laws as the Splinters began to act more as nation states in their own rights and not as factions in a civil war. Some common laws would remain, including those serve as the source of, or as the soil for future accords. Future Accords of Tralia. Rights of neutral. of neutrals is declined by both the Imperium and Dominion. Though exceptions would be made. Thank you, Tiny Irish Viking, for the follow. The rights of neutral seeking to limit the Civil War's division. The Union puts forward the right of planets and of worlds and regions of the Empire to claim neutrality in the war and split tax. Yeah, welcome through. Split tax revenue to both belligerents. Claim neutrality. These regions would split tax revenue to both belligerents. This revenue and resources to both belligerents while remaining imperial citizens imperial citizens remain imperial citizens, but would support neither side. But would favor neither side. Neither side. And in return would not face Imperium or Dominion control. Both sides could move militaries across. Deference to both the legitimacies of the Imperium, Empress, and Dominion. Rights of neutrals would eventually be added to the accords, but on a very narrow interpretation to prevent from growing. The Treaty of the Verges also acknowledged the Union of Defiant Fidelity as a legitimate splinter state. Both acknowledging that the Faya territory it controlled and the established there were Dralian Empire, and that the UDF government had legitimacy equal and near equal standing to the Iridescan Empress and Dominion Twin Vinalmi Ialvo Army Emperors. The Treaty of the Verges would codify the only 3 legitimate imperial successors that would be acknowledged ever. This, in fact, represents the establishment of the only 3 legitimate imperial splinter states. Any and all other efforts to establish Draker/Dralian warlord kingdoms /nations are seen as legitimate and illegal, put down by one of the 3 splinters. That's a big deal. Hi, Cat. It's not food time yet. I know that's what you're roaming around for. Squish. The Dralian Rebellions. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. 37. Treaty of the Verges ratified. Establishes that the Imperium, Dominion, and Union are the only legitimate splinter nations. 4. Reaffirms standing imperial law and establishes some baseline the laws of war. I don't know if I like the Accords of Dralia. I might need to change that name, but the Treaty of the Verges is what I like. Is a reaction to the destruction of Atlar. Is a reaction to the destruction of Atlar. And the and the splinter. The sundering of Australia. The Union sees as a not every article is ratified, but basic framework and dialogue. Cat, did you... Why do I smell citrus suddenly? The basic framework and nature of inter-splinter treaties established. Alright. I got none of the actual words down. Which is obnoxious. But the Treaty of the Verges and the Accords of Draelia are super important, as is the Awadu Faraz. Things like the AI Council, it already exists, but like things like that are really important for just kind of like when I bump up against the edges of things. And like the question comes up like, oh, if they can destroy the fundamental connections of their empire, why are they not doing that, right? And it's like, well, because it's horrific. It's the reason we don't nuke everybody. Ratified in 37 of the 8th age. Establishes prohibition on shatterings of verges. Basic groundwork of what would become codifies the 3 Draelia splinter states as the Union, Dominion, and Imperium. Oh, that's the other thing the Treaty of the Verges will enact. Vergetown neutrality. Neutrality. Included in this are the rules that allow a verge to claim neutrality. Codifies Vergetown neutrality. Codifying. Makes a Vergetown not neutral. Hirodethka and Sudetka agree to close their verges to each other and close their verges to each other key detail. The verges connecting Sudetka are declared closed and the verge towns given 1 year to non-military traffic before they are closed and fortified against incursion. This is partially done to preserve these verges for after the war and prevent things like that were blocked. Like verges that were blocked. Prevent the weakening of these core verges. Central verges. Both sides still considered this a temporary civil war. All of that, and I still haven't finished third development. With 3 feet. Goddamn. There's a lot popping around in my head out here. Where did I put the third development? There it is, yeah. Sometime in the 2000s of the 8th age. I think the Dominion needs a win. Dominion mages. Dominion mages. Managed to expand.
Unread messages at your private terminal, Commander.
Dominion. Dominion mages managed to expand the effective shift range to 243 feet and improve the non-magical and non-living shift capacity again. It is used offensively against a number of non-neutral verge towns as by the Dominion. In a lightning campaign. Eventually driven back. Capture of Dominion enhanced. Capture Dominion enhanced Verge enchantments. And the eventual leak of the technology to neutral verge towns ensures the spread to the and refresh rate. awesome. Holy shit, that was a lot of world building. That was a lot of world building. Okay. I did not get the writing I wanted done, but goddamn, I needed to do this. So this was really good. I will be back next week. I need to go do things like dinner now, and eat proper amounts of food and stuff. So thanks y'all for coming through and hanging out. Thank you, stream. Like I said, I should be back next week unless something surprising pops up. So everybody have a good one.